Hello! Hello, everyone. Oh, move microphone. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, it's too warm. It's too warm, everyone. Oh, it's hot as fuck here as well, Jump. This was full, like, 30 seconds ago. Oh, man. Welcome in, everyone. Episode 61 of Pariahs. Durs, thank you for those 40 months. Jumplax, thank you for the 44-month tier 2 sub. I appreciate it. Cheers, sweetheart. I hope you're enjoying your weekend away. Arius, thank you for those 19 months, my dude. Here we go. Here we go, indeed. Also, Sneeze. Excuse me. Ravon, hello. Oh. Did drink that too quick. Cheers, everyone. Yeah. Potentially the season finale of Pariahs. We'll see. I guess we'll see.
Well, it's a big landmark.
It is, yeah.
Right, Solution?
What's a big landmark?
None.
Don't worry about
Nothing.
it.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
It's gonna be like that today, is it? All right.
Scheming, you know.
Scheming and planning. Don't scheme and plan too much because I want to fucking end this. I'm done.
I mean, I literally put it in writing season for that. So.
We're gonna scheme and plan, and oh look, it's another 20 episodes. We're gonna go and stomp out every single scrot bag in the slums. God damn it. Episode 61 though. That's a number.
It is. It's not a round number, which is...
It's not a round number, which is, you know...
kind of triggering.
We should end it on 69.
We should have... Nice.
Missed opportunity, guys.
Don't worry. We'll carry it on. You know, it'll not be like season 2, episode 1. We'll just carry on the episodes when we get back. But with that said, Vern, as the announcer, the newly employed announcer, what happened last week on Pariahs?
Well, I do believe we started out with Yon Desmond and Reza. Hold on, I'm gonna burp. I can feel it.
Yeah.
Fucking. Nope. Never mind. It'll come halfway through a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Desmond was like, I'm gonna go find a fool, and then I'm gonna bring him home and wear his skin like a suit.
Yeah.
By horses.
Yeah. Reza was like, yeah, I'm down for that. I'll go with you because I've got a hankering.
I've got a mighty need.
A need to feed. So they went and they were pleasantly surprised as the wily fox that is Asmund keeps his enemies close, so people like Desmond can take advantage of their bodies, apparently.
Yeah.
And Reza was like, well, I'm here, I'm gonna get fed. Might as well, hit two birds with one stone.
Two birds.
As you do. As you do. So she was like, hey, anybody you want me to make fuck off because they're an arsehole? And they were like, there is a list.
Yeah.
Exhibit A, there is 4 numbers. Choose your poison. And it turns out the poison wasn't too far away in somewhere less refined, should I say?
Yeah, it was basically a proper brothel rather than
it was a
Asmund's-
seedy whorehouse.
Yeah, it was a seedy whorehouse rather than Asmund's
Crusty
nicely.
carpets.
Yeah. It wasn't nice.
So would you like a fun fact?
Absolutely, I love fun
Yeah.
facts.
Until last week, I didn't realize that Asmund's place was that kind of establishment.
Really? I think I've alluded
Are you
to it.
serious?
I'm
Like-
special, guys.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
I mean, he never said it, but he's alluded. I'm pretty sure at one point, the DM had alluded to somebody getting noshed off in the corner.
You know, on the other hand, like, good job, Solution, keeping it apparently vague enough that, people didn't pick up on it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Reza confronted her prey in the guile of I'm a debt collector, but you can pay off your debts in other ways. And she was like, "All right, Reza's kind of hot."
No, she was like, just not the face. She thought she was gonna get beat up. Right? Or did I miss that one too?
Sure. Carry on.
Okay. Bless you. She's an innocent girl. What was it? Okay, so anyway, she led her out back into it was like a sec courtyard. That's the vibe I was getting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I saw you taking a swig there. You needed that. Yeah.
It's going to be one of those sessions.
And then, in typical fashion, we dumped the body in a barrel because that's what they're there for,
As you do.
as you do. And Reza got to taste the finer things in life, and not just some shite bags from the forest or a shitty little goblin.
Yeah. Definitely.
Hey, that was an artisanal free-range goblin, I'll have you know.
I remember him being in a cage, but okay.
Same.
He was free-range before the cage.
Okay, yeah.
So, free range goblin rather than, sort of battery goblin.
He was mostly intact.
Yeah. Pickled.
Probably deeply psychologically scarred from everything that happened, but,
It wouldn't be pariahs without some form
Don't
of
get
emotional
caught
damage.
fucking being a sticky finger cunt then, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. You got a point.
Yeah. So yeah, that happened, and then flip back to the folly, and Vanya's like, "Here, have some pots and pans." And
I forgot
Francis
about
is
that.
like, "No, I got one." She's like, "Yeah, but now you got millions, and I'll take this one." He's like, "No!" And it just went downhill from there. There was a
It
competition.
did.
He stormed off before it even started.
Just he stormed off because let's be honest here. Someone went
certain
into his-
somebody who isn't here.
certain someone who isn't here today, basically questioned him in his own kingdom.
his integrity and his skill.
Yeah, and his honesty was called into question, and with that, Francis stormed off.
Yeah. I mean, Vanya won. Vern won some money, as well as some other people, because where there's a penny to be made, he will be there.
And Reza took it all.
Yep. Yep.
Because
Uh-huh.
that's how the folly goes.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't trickle down, it trickles all uphill.
You've made a Ponzi scheme. I love it.
I mean, that's what happens, you know, when you're betting, the house always wins. It's the nature of the beast. So yeah. So Vanya actually won the cauldron fair and square in this competition. Unbeknownst to Francis, who is fucking God knows where. And then decided to have Elias fucking pull it through the ground and deposit it into the undercroft. Very subtle, I'll let you know. Yeah. Nobody heard that happen. The kitchen's probably in disarray. Some loose cobbles, definitely. But you got it down there. Desmond gently maneuvered it into place. Isn't that right, Desmond?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You
right
know,
through the
just
fucking
snug
wall.
as a bug.
Oh.
I mean, it's exactly where it needs to be, so you can't complain. And then it was time for Desmond to finally get his quarry, and so off the tramp, back over to Asmund's, and it's almost kicking out time. But what nobody saw was Vanya trying to seduce the dude. That wasn't part of the plan, but okay.
No. It wasn't part of the plan, and the less said about that, probably the better.
Left tit, right tit.
Right, it. Damn it.
Come
John.
follow me. But it worked, hey.
It did. It did. It was one of those moments where I think the only thing would be a crit fail on a persuasion. Because she was certainly into it. Poor choice of words there.
Bottle of vodka as well.
Mm.
So yeah, we ended with our new friend coming with us. And
Absolutely.
I believe we ended there.
We did indeed. So, with that, we shall pick up where we left off last week. That is in the dreary, dimly lit, somewhat foul-smelling streets close to the Baron's Folly. Here, Desmond, Vanya, and Reza escort this rather smartly dressed gentleman in the direction of the Folly itself. What is the plan, Desmond?
Well, the plan picking up at this point is we're close to the Folly. We've gotten him past all the known security checkpoints. So that's when Desmond is going to try to offer him something. Oh, sir, there's one more beverage that makes the bloodshot look rather poor by comparison, and he's going to produce a vial, or a flask, of a special brew.
With his... Do you remember the name of this gentleman?
Charlton Hestwood.
Good. So, with his armour currently around Vanya as you're walking down the streets, he'll arch a brow, look... Hey, one moment. That bloodshot is... you say better. And as he turns to look towards you, Desmond, his eyes aren't completely focusing on you. It's almost like one eye sees you, the other eye drifts off to the left. He's not completely with it at this point, but he sort of retracts an arm from around Vanya's shoulder and... Oh, is that so? Well, I believe it would be rude of me to decline. If you're offering me... more interesting concoctions than that bloodshot.
Oh, yes. I'm sure that my mistress will be most interested in how you like it.
He'll reach a hand down to pluck the vial from your hand, Desmond, as he sort of holds it up, hoists it towards one of the lanterns, shakes it. This is something different. Non-alcoholic, I assume. And he'll just offer this sly smirk toward you, Desmond, as he cradles this small vial in his hand.
Oh, I haven't. No. I think it could be partly. Not quite sure.
Well, if it's been offered, then... and with that, he'll pop the top from the vial. And down the contents.
And I am going to link it in the chat for anybody. Probably should have that up before, honestly. However,
It's all good. I'm waiting to see which one it is, because you've got two things you could give him at this point. Oh no, okay. As he downs this small vial, the thick, viscous, purple liquid slithers itself down his gullet. And he pulls a slight frown, that of someone who's just tasted a bitter lemon or something that is very sharp. For a brief moment he stands there. Oh, that's quite sharp and earthy, and it's at that moment where his entire body stiffens.
Desmond's going to move to catch him.
He literally goes rod straight, stiffens up. His eyes roll back in his head as only the white's visible. His jaw goes slack. And with that, he falls forward into your arms, Desmond.
Is that what we wanted to happen?
Well, more or less. I didn't want to take a chance that he not so much caught wise as decided to become even more of a prick and try to harm someone.
You guys took Vin with you, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Vin's there like, what were you doing?
And Desmond is not going to notice Fern because he has the observance of a cucumber, and he's very much focused on holding on to Hestwood.
Rosa will just say, don't worry about it. You'll get a really good tip for this.
All right, never mind. And his demeanor changes. He's going to get. It's like, all right, let's go.
All right. And Desmond's going to bring him around to the side entrance and try to take him.
As you make your way into the courtyards to the folly, at this point there's several punters who are stumbling out of the folly, elbow to elbow, linked up, singing drunkenly, slurring their words, as you kind of drag Charleston through the courtyard, and one of the punters calls out, "Hey! Oh, he can't handle his liquor, can he?" As soon as those words leave the man's lips, Charlton begins to violently convulse in your arms, Desmond. violently to the point where, not like a floppy body, this is like sharp, almost automaton style puppet. Hard twisting. His joints creak. Bones. There's the odd cracking and popping as joints are stretched, as with white eyes, mouth wide, he seems to almost try and bend backwards in your arms. Fuck you! Hey, he's off his rocker.
Desmond's going to try to keep a hold of him, but he's not really sure what's happening. So he's trying to be mindful of how the guy's moving to try to prevent him from hurting himself.
Yeah, I would imagine you... In fact, roll me a athletics check, please. Because he is much bigger than you. There's only so much you can hold when you are 3 foot tall and he is 6.5 feet. Still, I would say you managed to... It would probably look quite comical, as I would imagine you sort of tilt him to his side, almost like you're carrying a piece of wood under your arm.
Yeah, it's like dragging a log almost. Yeah.
Yeah. You wrap your arms around his own arms around his chest, and that stops the more violent of the convulsions from perhaps twisting his body in ways that the human body should not turn. The odd leg every now and again would kick out, stretch, recoil back in. No sounds emitted from his mouth, and it's obvious that he is still alive and kicking, but...
It seems like lights are on, but nobody's home kind of thing.
Absolutely. Yes.
Well, my lord, let's get you to your room. Desmond's going to say that just loud enough to, like, kind of downplay the situation while he's doing this, while he's dragging him along.
All right.
Yeah, but he's just bound for the side door.
You step into the folly through the side door. Reza and Vern in tow. Here in the kitchen, there's no sign of cooking. None of the fires are lit. Apart from a few small loaves of the last remaining bone meal bread, a few dried strips of rat jerky and root vegetables from the day before. You get the impression that Lyella or someone is currently in the process of... There's only sandwiches available tonight.
Well, Desmond's gonna look over at Vern. Are you handy in the kitchen?
Oh yeah, who do you think kept the kitchen going when fucking Francis stormed off?
Desmond's gonna reach into his breast pocket and get one of those bags, because there's only one left that's full. He's gonna hand it over to Vern. Here you go. Have a go at it, and anything else is payment for services rendered. And that's a bag of 50 silver coins.
Holy shit.
Vern is like, okay. He's a happy boy. Just weighing his bag.
Roll me a nature check, a survival check, and a performance check, please, Vern.
Nature.
Okay. Alright, 8, yeah.
Survival, yeah.
Survival, yeah. Alright. And last but not least, performance.
Performance? I can do performance.
Holy shit. Regardless, it's going to look good. So, I'm going to say, using those rolls, have a brief think on, what you managed to cobble together. Regardless of how it, how it tastes and what you use, maybe somewhat dubious, but it'll certainly look fucking business.
You said there were some flatbreads, yeah?
Yeah, but
Or just loaves, okay.
it's more like just the small cobs, small rolls of the bone-meal bread, probably about a fist in size.
Okay.
All right, Reza, Desmond, as you thrust this bag of silver into Vern's chest, which he takes greedily, what are you two doing?
Desmond's objective is to get Charlton down and into the new bar area. Basically because it's his belief that Dwen is not supposed to be there because she was given the night off.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't really what is his top thought at the moment, but that's where he's bound for. He's going to try to get his quarry down there with as little damage to him as possible. Like, his legs are probably dragging along, but that would be about it. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Reza's gonna be like opening doors and whatnot, so he can just keep moving, doesn't lose any momentum, getting him down there.
Yeah. So with Reza ahead, opening the doors, closing them behind, apart from the odd leg that shoots out at obtuse angles every now and again from the body of Charlton Heston, you eventually drag him down into the Undercroft. I would imagine the heavy footfalls on cobble would probably alert Garrett, or if not the sounds, then Elias would certainly make note to Garrett that there is movement in the Undercroft.
Did he didn't come with us?
No.
No. Okay. Can't blame him.
Yes, so Desmond's going to get him into the bar area, and basically, because there's no other area that I'm aware of that is sufficient, he's going to put him face down on the bar counter, because it seems to be like the widest flat surface that there is there.
Okay.
And just try to keep him steady there, see how much his arms are lashing out. And he's going to look at Reza and, well, that's part one. Now, I think we need probably Garrett's expertise with a blade and our guest of honor. And, well, other than this one. And when he says that, he's kind of thinking it over. He's clearly mulling about how to go about getting a hold of them. That being the nurse. Do you think you could keep him from going anywhere?
Oh yes.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna quickly peek around, and Desmond's just gonna go to the door and peek around. He wants to make damn well sure Dwen is not down here.
Roll me a perception check. You peek round the corner. No sign of movement. You pause briefly, listening. No sign, no sound, no hair of hammer on metal, of saw on wood. Apart from the odd tingle that briefly emits from the throne room. Absolute, pure silence. You are alone.
All right, then. I told Dwen to take the evening, but she has a tendency to be a bit of a hard worker, maybe a bit too dedicated sometimes, but I don't think she's down here. All right, I'll try to be quick about it. I have no idea how long that's going to last. And as he says that, he gestures to the guy on the bar.
Roll me a quick investigation check. You would notice that as he's been laid down on the bar, the tremors are starting to slowly subside. And with his head tilted just to one side, the eyes that were previously pure white as they'd rolled into the back of his head are now black. And it seems like a blackish ichor is oozing out of his nose and out of the tear ducts of his eyes.
Well.
Roll me a history check,
Fascinating.
Desmond. It's fascinating.
Desmond, it sort of looks a bit similar to when, you know, your eye would run when we first met you.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that as he's kind of dabbing at his face a little bit, just... Well... Any damage that's done is done. And...
Reza, when Desmond asked if she could keep an eye on him, Reza kind of just like hopped up onto the bar and is sitting on his chest, just like legs crossed, just kind of chilling there watching him.
Excellent.
Why
Right.
is there an oozing, convulsing man being used as a chair on my custom-built bar?
Well, is there anywhere else I could put him?
Reza points at Desmond.
So, but why is he here?
Well, this is the man.
Oh, the man. Right.
And speaking of which, I always see you are very handy with a blade. The bit of metal from earlier, do you think you could... And he's going to gesture like we got one hand and then he's got his other like he's drawing like a scalpel, like making an incision. When the time comes, I don't really want the other guest to put hand on it.
Okay, no problem. I think, though, maybe we'll move him to my work table, just in case there's any more spillages.
Well, and he looks around. You are the boss. All right, I'll get him. And he's
Reza just kind
gonna-
of sighs and gets up.
Yeah, Desmond extends a hand to like give her something to push off of to hop up off of him.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I need to practice being more courteous, you know? Really have to pay attention to those things. And he's going to try to drag him off the bar and
Reza
prop him
will...
up.
As the dragging is happening, Reza's gonna get a hand under the feet so the boots don't hit the bar.
Damn it!
I saw that coming.
So yeah, with both of you doing it, you ease him off the bar. There is no dragging, no dropping involved. It's an easy job for two people, especially two people of your predicaments.
Yes. Yeah. I see you were looking to go for a Rick James fuck your couch moment.
I've spent a fortune on that bar.
I promise I'll have a look over it later to make sure that nothing's spilled. And he says that knowing something probably did, and he's going to have to be cleaning it up. But,
Yeah.
all right, well, admittedly, I just didn't want to take him to your area because I know how you feel about the other person. And when he says person, it's almost like he rolls that around in his head, like if it's accurate. But it'd be convenient, I guess. I suppose. And he's gonna... Their combined efforts will see him carted that way. And placed down. And as Desmond's entering the room, Elias, don't do anything to this one, alright? He won't be here for very long.
A single large root that protrudes out of the nearby wall, just like the snake of a head, follows you and Reza in before there's a brief flicker at the end of the root, almost like a nod.
Yeah. And he'll get him onto the workshop table and probably gonna put him face down this time in the event that he throws up or something, like a drunk. It's I promise anything that happens, I'll clean it up, Garrett. I will clean it up as soon as I can. And I should probably go get her. And he's looking at the wall portal area.
Mm-hmm.
I know how you feel about it. Do you not want her coming through there?
No, it's fine. It's important, though. That's why the portal was established.
All right. Well, I'll go and get her, and probably best she doesn't know where the blade is stored. All right, I'll make it quick. And Desmond is clearly almost getting ahead of himself. Like he's really anxious to just get this done with. And he's going to approach the wall, the gateway.
As you step towards one of the larger roots in the corner, Elias seems to pull the bark back. That reveals this flickering, greenish-hued wall of energy. I'd say it's more like an emissive green liquid rather than a true portal. But as you step into it, immediately your eyes flicker green, and then poof, the familiar
I
view
picture
of
it like a
society.
green Stargate.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. That's exactly it. Imagine like a sort of bubbling green liquid. But stepping
Alright.
through, you are in the familiar, quietened halls of the society.
And Desmond is going to start on his way towards where he knows the nurse's chambers are. Not entirely sure that she's going to be there because she's been a little bit more social, let's say, lately. But that's where he's going to head.
As you stride across the ruined floor of the central chamber, you bring a fist up to knock on the nurse's door, and before the fist even lands, the door rumbles momentarily as, with a loud creak, it opens, revealing an incredibly smug-looking individual. Not exactly the most subtle forms of transportation. I dare say each and every one of us knows when you step in here with whatever it is that the botanist did over there. In fact, why is that over there? Why is that not in her room?
I don't actually know.
On top of that, and the nurse slinks out from her chamber, grasps you by the wrist, and almost in a dancing-like fashion, just begins to tiptoe across the central chamber towards the desiccated tree in the corner. As she gets close to it, the nurse, whilst dragging you, Desmond, there is... you can try and break away if you so wish, but...
No. Desmond wouldn't be trying to break away, and honestly, whatever gets her through the portal the fastest is fine.
She steps up to this desiccated, dried, gnarled-looking tree in the corner, and the nurse begins to trace a finger over it. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Looks like someone fell out of favor. Always the fickle creatures. Don't you agree? And she'll motion over her shoulder towards the botanist's room.
You know, she can be flighty, let's say. But then I think that everyone gets bored.
The smirk goes from a smirk to that of a grin as she nods several times. Yes, most here would get bored, but... you have brought me something that could pique my interest, I imagine. I mean, why else would you be here? And being so flighty yourself?
Well, I suppose that I'm a bit of a product of my environment in tough times and things moving quickly. Not used to it, having to adapt. But yes, I've found my part, and your part is soon to be in hand.
Before we... and she motions towards the portal and then drags you back towards the central stone table in the society chambers. She picks you up and then plonks you down on one of the stone pedestals that act as seats before tracing a finger around the edge of the circular table and sitting opposite you. Crossing her fingers together and then resting her chin on them as she looks over. She tilts her head to the side. So, what exactly are you wanting out of all this? Tell me.
What I'm wanting
I need you to make
is
a
to...
wisdom saving throw.
Sure thing. Bum, bum, bum.
There is magic laced in the words.
And I'm just curious, making sure there's nothing else that would apply here real quick. No, I don't think anything else would apply to that.
Okay. What exactly are you wanting out of all of this? Please tell me.
I want for me, in here, and he's pointing, to his head, and to go into the other vessel, as I said before, and as agreed, the old vessel would become yours as long with all of the attached, the things that interest, the dreams, the pain, all of those things. Admittedly, I don't know what's entirely attached to that, so
I see. Well, in that case, I will offer you one final little gift. Something to help you in your, well, transformation, your growth. Granted, with what you're wanting and, well, you may lose yourself. Unless, of course, you are happy to receive a little gift, free of charge, no deals, nothing, out of the goodness of my heart.
he is looking at her with the biggest side eye straight on that you can.
Roll me an insight check. The nurse is the nurse. She's her usual scheming, conniving self. The only thing, that you can garner is, yes, she has said this is not a deal. There is no backlash, no recompense. A gift for free.
And what gift would you give?
Well, let us just say I will put a linchpin into your consciousness so that should the worst come to pass, then, well, there is still a certain semblance of who and what you are that may remain.
Like a tether or an anchor on a boat.
Think of it more as a stake through the heart, but sure, let's go with anchor.
Well. Okay. Well, if you're offering, it's probably in your best interest as well.
This has got nothing to do with me of interest. I mean, regardless of the outcome, I get what I want.
Very well, I accept.
And with that, the nurse will stand up from the table, saunter around towards you with arms outstretched, a gesture for just a simple hug to embrace her.
Well, even as terrifying as the nurse is, yeah, Desmond is going to return the gesture and he'll go in to give her an embrace.
Yes. Yes. All right. So, bear with me. I need to make a quick roll.
It's nice knowing you, Desmond.
All right. So, as you step up to the nurse, she sort of kneel, not so much kneel, but at least lower herself to embrace you. And as her arms wrap around you, Desmond, you feel her form shift ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. And the hands that were once soft begin to gnarl and crook as she takes on her true form. several clawed fingers begin to grasp and just stroke the back of your head. And it's at this moment I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, please. You take 15 points of psychic damage as you feel this horrific, burning, searing sensation just ripple through your mind.
Desmond's going to just bite down and just seethe as this burning goes right through his head.
For a brief moment, as this pain slowly begins to subside, you hear the nurse's voice in your head. And here I am now. I will be your guide, your shepherd. And she will also give you Mind Blank. Mind Spike. So just to let you know exactly what is going on. Mind Spike is... she always knows where you are. But only while the two of you are on the same plane of existence. You can't hide from her. You can't become invisible to her. She can see you. This lasts for an hour. Mind Blank. Until the spell ends, one willing creature you touch is immune to psychic damage. Any effect that would sense its emotions or read its thoughts, divination spells, and the charmed condition. The spell even foils wish spells and spells that... or spells or effects of similar power used to affect the target's mind to gain information about the target. So, in effect, she has erected a linchpin in your psyche to her and offered you a few barriers of protection against, well, who knows?
Against whatever may come. Well, I'm not going to lie, that was excruciating.
Oh, there is always great pain that comes with offering great gifts, but I think you'll find these are useful. Now, shall we away?
Do let's.
She'll take a step back from you, Desmond, releasing you from her embrace as she begins to saunter over towards the portal. You'll notice for a brief moment she does pause. And under her breath, only barely audible, you'll just hear her say, "There's no point me trying to hide. Walking through this, well, damn her." And with that, she will step through the portal to the Baron's Folly, or at least the Undercroft. Desmond, do you follow?
Yes.
All right. As you step through the portal, the familiar signs and sights of the Undercroft immediately begin to fizzle into view. First, from Reza, Garrett, your point of view, you would see the leering face of the nurse peer through the portal, followed by the rest of her robe flowing behind her. And it's also at this moment where Elias immediately fires up. Several vines and tendrils begin to...
Ever since Desmond left, I have had my hand on one of Elias's creepers. Bearing in both physical contact and mental. Warning him of what's coming through the portal. And as much as he starts to rustle and go into attack mode, he then remembers my warning.
So go on, Garrett, go on.
And you can hear him rustling, but
Yeah.
no attacks are made.
All right. The nurse will just stow her hands behind her back, and in her rather grotesque-looking hag form, she will just grin widely. Well, that is not the party I was expecting. She shudders for a moment, brushing off the last after effects of stepping through a fey portal, basically. Did not like, would not do again, is the impression you get from her. Certainly not one for stepping through those sort of affairs. But with a close of her eyes, you would see a shimmer overcome her as her skin begins to retract back slightly, rather than it hanging or being taut against her skin. It begins to fill out, flush, as the illusion of her usual form kicks back in.
Desmond has already started basically just taking off anything that's like the rings, pendants, things like that. He's just getting everything piled up because he doesn't want to have them on if anything magical is going to happen, because he doesn't want to see how they react.
Yeah, you want to put them in the bag of holding?
That book. And so
Reservoir.
he's just basically gonna strip off anything more exterior than clothing and armor, because the armor's like obviously fitted to him. He's gonna just place it in the bag. The rattle's gonna stay with him though.
As you're doing this, Desmond, the nurse is already striding across the throne room. She's having a quick glance around, a cursory look, umming and ahhing to herself in amusement, or more of a bemused manner. Oh, well, it seems that you have got quite the guardian here. I wonder what. Well, did you pay for that, my lord? Or is this, am I encroaching in your kingdom now? Your guardian poised to strike at any moment.
Well, it was a experiment, really, from your colleague and myself. He's come out very well.
He has. Quite the fearsome little nettle you've got there. Now, and she'll just point down to this blonde-haired 6.5-foot man who's face down on the desk, and she'll look towards you, Desmond. This one? Really?
Really? You said to set my sights big, but not too big. I did my homework. This is a good one. I can do much better.
Yes, you can. I was expecting at least, something of a Goliath, or perhaps a Dragonborn.
Oh, no. I've learned many things, and I think you'll be very impressed once I've been able to show you.
And you over there, you, my dear, have not gone unnoticed. Something different about you. And she'll just tilt her head in your direction, Reza.
Reza will nod respectfully, but say nothing.
Well, if that is the case, then... Well, I am with the lords of this kingdom's permission, of course, and she'll offer a mocking bow in your direction, Garrett. I am here to assist in wherever you need me.
I just nod and say, for Desmond.
right. He's just taking off the cursory stuff, so it shouldn't take too long. And so, all right, well, never... Not that I remember anyhow jump between bodies, so I don't know the process.
Don't worry. How about I do it for you?
And he's gonna put his arms out to his sides and then kind of like slap him down like I can't do anything, so sure.
Well, in that case then, shall we begin?
There's no time like the present. No point waiting any longer. What do I need to do?
With that, the nurse will... just for quick clarification, did she give you the thing, Desmond, or not? I don't think she has she?
She has not given me anything other than the mind spike and the mind blank.
Excellent. In that case, then, I'm just going to say that she will, with a quick whip of her hand, a single, what looks to be a ceramic jar with a linen cover over the top that's been sealed by wax appears in her hand. It's roughly, I would say, 8 or so inches tall and probably about the same in diameter. You would all notice that the top, this wax seal on this ceramic vase or this ceramic container has a multitude of runes etched into the wax. Each of them glow with various hues, some a dark crimson red, others a more brightly lit purple. And she will just take this ceramic container and place it on the table next to the body. At this point, shall we call a quick BRB? A quick pee break?
Sounds
a quick
good.
refill a clock?
Yeah.
Excellent, we shall do that. Oh, Duncan Stamp, hey buddy, I've seen you in Ox Chat. Good to see you, my dude, good to see you. Star Wars, I love Star Wars. The idea, the stereotypical trilogy. I'm very much an old school Star Wars fan. As for me joining a campaign, sadly, I'm so. Time is a currency that I have none of. I get my odd games on on the Thursday and this one, but sadly I am so unbelievably busy. So I'm ever so sorry. Who's chat? I mean, that's just everyone here and yourself. You're part of chat at this moment in time. But what I'm going to do, though, I'm going to BRB, grab a refresh of the old water, because it's stupidly hot here over in the UK at the minute. Well, I say stupidly hot, for us milk bottle looking individuals anyway. So yes, I will throw up the old banner, and folks, we will be right back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome.
Oh, thank
back.
you.
I think we're just waiting on the man himself.
Oh, apologies for the delay. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ta. Ta. All right. Get rid of the banner. Boop. Crack open another bottle. I had to put a couple more in the fridge.
Oh,
So
my Corona.
yeah, I'm staying off the rum tonight because it's too warm. It's too warm for the old spirits.
Understood.
It's beer weather. All right. So with that then, we'll dive back into it. Da, 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 da. Where were we? Sorry. Yeah. Cool. All right. So with the nurse placing this ceramic container next to the body that's currently laid out, she'll look in your direction, Desmond, and just grin. Well, dare say we begin now.
All right.
And with that, Desmond, I'm going to pass this all on to you.
Okay. All right. Not sure what the jar is for, but everything else I think
Yeah.
I do know what it's for.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and Desmond's going to go over by the table and put his head down, basically exposing like the back of the neck and everything. And do you want me to dictate things the nurse does as well here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm if there's anything that is out of line, I may step in and say, or if there's anything that can complement this, I may do, but otherwise I'm giving you full usage.
I don't really have a nurse voice, but I'll try. And once Desmond is there, the nurse is going to point around the room briefly. So, where's my blade? We need to make an incision just here. Where is it? Clearly, there is a bit of a glint to her eyes, like she is excited.
It's right here.
Go on. You got it.
So turning and seeing that Garrett has this, there is a simultaneous look of like, oh, and well, if you just give it here, I can cut in here and we'll make this very quick. and she's
Garrett.
holding out her hand.
Garrett, roll me an insight check.
Bear with.
You're not overly familiar with bits and pieces, but you do remember overhearing the conversation to Vanya.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can really give you for a 7.
Bear with. Bear with. And I squint at her a bit more.
So, with that, I would say that the fingers that are reaching out to the blade are very, very much... she's very eager to get hold of the blackened shard. Go on, Reza.
I'm sorry. Garrett could also potentially see Reza shaking her head no out of the corner of his eye, because she can feel that blade from here.
Well, luckily, earlier on, I gave my word to Desmond, saying that I would do the cutting for him.
In that case, Desmond, I will save you the hassle. I now I know what the rough direction I can take back the nurse, if you wish.
If you can handle the nurse, and that would be
Perfect.
appreciated. Yeah.
All right. So with that, she'll tilt her head slightly to the side. Garrett, look at you. Your word, is it? She'll...
Yes.
Oh. She'll begin to glance around the room for a moment, looking at the various thorns and roots of Elias, then towards Reza, then back towards you, Garrett. Well... Her features for a brief moment will drop. The eyes begin to sink in her head as she begins to lose a little semblance of control over keeping up her more normal appearance before, with a deep exhale. Garrett, roll me a persuasion check.
Tell you
Fine. Go on.
No, fuck it. I'll stack the knife in my favour.
Going all in.
I'll add an extra 1 to it.
She'll squint at you, Garrett. Fine. Though I hope you don't mind being so close for me to point out where these incisions need to be made. And while she's saying this, Garrett, her eyes are laser focused on this black shard in your hand.
Mm-hmm. If it's helpful to you, I've gave a pen here, and you can mark where I need to cut.
She offers you if looks could kill, you would be dead 1,000 times over. But For a moment there, she just stares daggers at you, Garrett, before, in a split second, the scowl just returns to her normal, large, unpleasant smile as she then extends a hand out towards you. Very well, a pen will suffice.
I pass on my pen.
She'll snatch it from your hand and then twirl in place and begin to walk over towards you, Desmond. What does she start doing? Where are these marks going?
She traces the pen basically down along the spinal cord, and there's a bit of a almost like a Y incision at the bottom for some reason. Like it's basically a Y with a little bit more, like with a middle leg as well, just laid out basically right over the spinal column and opening up around the shoulders. And that done, she'll retract the pen and
there you are, see, nice and easy. You just cut along the lines, shoulders, down the spine and towards the bottom, and, well, it's almost like opening an old cadaver, or perhaps a pig in your kitchens. In fact, have there been many pigs around recently? I'm sure you'll enjoy the show. And she'll just step over towards you, Garrett, pen facing forward, and to the point where she's probably about 6 or 7 inches from you, and she'll just jut the pen into your chest.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw. All right.
God
all
damn.
right. I would just say with that then, the pen punctures through your armor and just nicks the skin. Not enough to go deep, but obvious. Obvious dislike in her demeanor at the moment.
Thank you. I'll pop that away.
She smiles before stepping back, offering a to what would be to most a respectful bow of the head. To you, Garrett, are well aware that she is mocking you at this point.
I'm gonna pay it no mind. I've got a task to do. And I step forward with the blade and start working along the lines she's drawn.
So this blade is a little unwieldy, even for you, because there isn't a true handle to it. It's almost like a rectangular piece of obsidian. So I'm going to ask you to roll me a sleight of hand check, please. Absolutely perfect. You trace the lines with this razor sharp obsidian shard around the shoulder blades, down the back, and then fanning out into this Y-shaped incision towards the base of the spine. Now, this is not like cutting into flesh. There's the odd creak of what could be wood, cracking of porcelain. Desmond, anything you wish to add to this, and what's the next step?
Yes. So the thing is that as Garrett begins drawing the blade, it's not a sharpened piece of metal, even though regardless of its name, but as it is drawn, it's almost like a fold appears, but instead of looking like a normal wound where the porcelain-like skin is parting, there's an obvious glow from inside, like something. There's a red glowing from inside, and the fold is almost like moving, like a rift, or like the ripples on water, if they were parting and then coming back together, or crashing waves, just very small and gentle, until the shape is complete, and it's just sitting there, almost like a very surreal rent in the fabric of more than just the flesh, but something beyond that. And the nurse, seeing that this is done, and still staring down Garrett because she is unbelievably pissed. Very well, and she's going to grab the ceramic jar very delicately between two of her fingers on her right hand, and then with her left, she's going to reach down and expand the fold, and it opens up almost like a butterfly chicken, like that kind of effect. Like it's not pretty. And as she does, there's light, like red, and mix of red and blue starts pouring out. And when she's doing this, the ceramic jar, the runes on the top start to glow and almost cycle between themselves in some unknown pattern to anyone who doesn't know anything about the arcane. But she plunges some of her fingers into this open rift, and as this is happening, all of this blue light that is inside is being drawn out, like it's almost been trapped there trying to escape, and it's getting sucked into this jar with an eerie sound that's not dissimilar from the times that Cypher has tapped into soul magic and things like that. It doesn't have the exact same effect, but it's very similar. And as she reaches her hand in seemingly much further than you would think is possible, her elbows fishing around a bit, like she's clearly reaching and trying to find something.
It's around here somewhere. If I remember, how many years? And as she's doing this, she's going to lean down towards you, Desmond, almost within an inch of your ear. How many years has it been since I was, well... I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please, for the moment, Desmond. If you wish to bark out something in response, you're welcome to. How many years?
It's clear that Desmond is not enjoying the experience. I can't rightly remember. And he's having a hard time getting anything out.
Here it is. And with that, what does she do, Desmond?
Her arm stops, and her eyes light up like she's just found what she's looking for, and she smiles just a little bit at the satisfaction of having finally gotten this thing. And as she pulls her arm back, there is this red glow that is coming out, intensifies until she pulls her arm fully out, and there is, in her grasp between her thumb and forefinger and middle finger, like she's snagged this thing, there is a writhing, like seething and like shrieking, like maggot almost, that is like this dark, ruddy red color. It's flailing around, whipping around. It has teeth that are gnashing, and it's unsightly. It's like a cross between like a Goa'uld parasite and like a sandworm from Dune. It's really freaky to look at.
Awful.
And it's reticulated. It has little spurs, and as it's in the air, parts of it start to burst into flame, like sparking at first, and the longer it's in the air, it starts to combust more and more, and it's snapping at the nurse, and she flicks it across it's what would be its face.
Please calm yourself. And with that,
And clearly this thing has been knocked for a loop, and almost dismissively, she just reaches over from Desmond in the chair to the man on the table and drops this thing unceremoniously on top of him. And
there we go. Nice and easy. And the rest, well.
And as she's saying that, this little worm, it recovers, regaining its senses from getting knocked for a loop, and it coils itself up almost like a snake, and the teeth on its mouth start to chitter together like it's considering and looking, and realizes that it's on something, and it just bites into the back of this figure and starts boring into it, like it's tunneling into this thing. And as this is happening, the seemingly completely insensate victim is shuddering and making awful groaning, and if he weren't under heavy sedation, it would probably be just full-on blood-curdling screaming as this thing disappears. And you can see that this burning and cauterizing away.
Before you carry on, just check your DMs very quickly. So, while this is going on, the nurse will step back towards Desmond's body as Charlton Hestwood, is convulsing, groaning, moaning, screaming, his arms twisting at odd angles from Garrett's workbench. The nurse will step towards Desmond's body, place a hand on top of his head, and as the fingers begin to coil into his hair, she lifts the limp body up into the air, looks at it for a moment. Very well. Well, I've done my work. Shame about the old shards, but if you need me, you know where I'll be. And with Desmond's limp body held up by his hair in hand, she will begin to stride in the direction of the portal.
And as she's doing that, this thing is boring in, and it's still bursting more and more into flames as it goes, burning a hole through the back of the jacket, and just disappears in with despite all the blood and apparent viscera that was there, it's almost like it's been cauterized and just burned away, and there's nothing left on top except for a weird scar and the vestiges of the jacket that are largely gone from the back of it by the time it's done. And the body is still just completely insensate at this point, it seems.
Anyone stopping the nurse from taking Desmond away?
No, because I'm not there.
Oh ho ho. Oh ho ho. Okay, son of a bitch. Where are you, Garrett? And
I'm outside the coroner's door.
You bastard. You bastard.
Boots of silent walking.
You son of a bitch. Ah, you. Oh, well played. Well played. In that case, Reza, are you? Is there anything you wish to do to stop the nurse from taking Desmond's lifeless body away?
No, but she will say, will he need what you have in that jar? Or is it done?
Well, should he overcome his trials and tribulations, then...
Reza narrows her eyes. And was that the deal you made?
She'll drop Desmond's lifeless body to the ground. Quite a unpleasant gesture, one of just discarding something, as she takes the jar, steps up towards you, Reza, and gently puts it in your hands. If he awakens, well, he knows what to do with it. If he doesn't, well, perhaps I may just have to make a return visit at some point, won't I?
Reza's kind of like, in her head, I can't believe that worked. So she just nods and says nothing.
With a flick of a few strands of hair that drape in front of her face, the nurse turns on her heels, strides back over to Desmond's lifeless corpse, picks him up by the scruff of his neck, or at least by the edge of his... In fact, she will bury her fingers into the porcelain-styled flesh in the back of his neck, hoist him up, and stride through the portal out of the Undercroft. And she is fully aware that Garrett's not there. She didn't see him leave, but she certainly is aware that he's not there now. And Reza, I would say that there would be probably just the last glimpse of her face before she turns to the portal would be one of perhaps disgust, of disappointment, of annoyance. As a very familiar facial expression, one of a prey being, a prey getting away from a hunt. Disappointment.
Reza's familiar with that feeling.
So before we go to Garrett, Desmond, is there anything you wish to...
The body of Charlton Hestwood on the table is not really moving all that much, just similar to the earlier convulsions. It's just a shudder there. A little, legs are moving, it's almost like there's some kind of a change happening. But he is down and out for now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And Reza, perception check, I think, would be in order.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we do the alphabet.
D for perception. Fuck.
Okay. The scar on the back where the jacket's been burned away, it is in the perfect abyssal rune for spark. Like spark, ember, cinder, something to that effect. Like, because they're interchangeable based on the context, but it's clearly an abyssal rune just right there on his back. Yeah. Formed by scar tissue from burning.
Got it. Reza will, once the nurse has left, she kind of just... It has suddenly become just her and what the once and future Desmond in the room. And so she kind of just stares at the body, at that point noticing the rune, and is like, spark. Well, that's hopeful, I think. Okay. And then she goes over and gets Garrett's chair and kind of turns it around, or like places it so she's like about 10 feet away from the body on the table. And she just kind of sits down, cradling the jar in her lap, and just sits and watches and waits.
Desmond, roll me 3 Constitution saving throws, please.
It's not good.
Not much you can do about a 1.
Sure, we'll find out what that means later down the line. Meanwhile, in the society, Garrett, with you being at the coroner's door, there would be a flash from the portal to your right as the nurse, in her true hag form, steps through. In her hand, almost not so much dragging him across the floor, but almost, dangling from his neck is the lifeless, limp body of Desmond, and she will just look at you, a hate-fueled expression visible on her face before her eyes dart to the coroner's door and then back to you, and wordlessly she will just stride to the other side of the room, burst open her door, and close it behind her.
I let out the breath that I've been holding. And knock on the coroner's door.
It doesn't take long for the door to begin to creak open. The magic's in play. Pull it aside as it reveals the familiar scene. The dimly lit, blue-hued chambers of the coroner. He's already making his way down from the dais at the far end of the room towards you. A slight arched brow. Or at least you imagine there would be an arched brow over the skin that's basically pulled tight. Yeah, you're not sure at this point whether it's skin or bone with him. It's just mummified remains, but he looks towards you. You return with something of mine, but not the one I was expecting.
No, but I gave my word to Desmond that once the tool had been used, it would be returned to its owner.
Good. With that, the coroner will shuffle towards some shelves off to his right as he takes a small box. He approaches you, Garrett, lifts the lids to this empty box and motions for you to place the blackened shard inside.
I place it dead center in the box.
Gingerly, carefully, he closes the lid of the box before placing it back onto the shelf with a single nod. Your word is your bond. Good. I thank you for returning this to me.
And our thanks for lending it. For good or for ill, we've used it, and hopefully Desmond will get what he needs.
I have little doubt that as long as all steps were followed, he will be fine. The only issue would be... And the coroner will almost look past you, Garrett, to the door as he says these final two words. Outside interference.
And I'll give a slow nod, picking up on what he's putting.
We have rules. You are familiar that rules must be followed. One here is very good at skirting those rules. Close to the edge, I believe is the term you would use.
Yes, that's why I made this delivery in person. And as quickly as possible.
Smart. Then, perhaps, useful, maybe, or not, but, well, for such a rapid return and the safe return, a gift. And with that, the coroner will make his way back toward the shelf, take a small sack, and just place... this sack's roughly, I would say, slightly larger than two fists together, and it seems to hold a rather large orb inside as he plops it down in your hands, Garrett.
My thanks, but I was not expecting a reward for completing an agreed upon task, but
Maybe not a gift for you, but for another. And, well, mayhaps not truly a gift, as there is something that... And with that, he'll sort of turn his back to you, being completely... I'm not even going to make you roll for this. He's being cagey on exactly what he's given you.
Mm-hmm.
But you get the impression that it's not a gift, it's not payment. This is more than likely another pain in the arse for you later down the line.
Yeah, 100%.
Should you peer into the pouch, though, it looks like a rather large spherical orb of amber.
Mm-hmm.
but with a large black slit down the second. It seems almost like a large eye of a creature.
Mm-hmm.
Do you look at it properly?
Oh yeah. No. I just have a little glance, and then I'm gonna go because because I know the
DM asked me.
No.
Okay.
Magical stuff is not Garrett's wheelhouse. So
All right.
he's like,
So yeah, in the gloom of the coroner's chamber, you just open the bag, peer in for a minute, like, oh, that's an eye, and close it.
yeah, it's like,
All right, I guess. Dear
I'll
God,
make a
have his
mental
fun.
note. I'll make a mental note that I bet Cypher would like that.
Bear in mind, this eye is not a normal size eye. This eye is like 2 fists. This is a rather large orb. It's not something you could stick in your noggin. Roll me a insight check very quickly. In fact, no, go for Arcana. Sorry, roll me an Arcana check, please.
Haha, the one thing I'm not proficient in.
Yes. 12 still respectable. You would certainly, upon gazing into the bag, feel some sort of arcane resonance, or there would be a pull towards you. The effects of magic in play, which is probably the reason why you closed the bag as quickly as you did.
With a shudder.
So, anything further you need while you're here?
No, I will not take up any more of your time.
With no more words said, the coroner will just offer a single nod in reply, Garrett, and turn his back to you as he begins to slowly shuffle up towards the pedestal at the end of the room.
And I'll silently step out of his room, close the door behind me.
All right. With you stepping into the now empty chambers of the society, I imagine you're basically heading back to the Undercroft.
Absolutely.
As you make your way into the Undercroft, you would see Reza sat in your chair about 10 feet away from the body of Charlton or Desmond, perhaps. You weren't able to fully witness the whole procedure as you stepped out of Dodge pretty rapidly. Desmond, is there anything else you wish to say before I blank your portrait out, because you, good sir, as Desmond are dead?
Well, Desmond is no more, but Dorian will rise again.
What's the body look like this last final time as we leave you splayed out on this table?
The large man splayed out over this work table face down has the last vestiges of the black ichor that's running from the orifices on his face. Just like from the outfit, he's just completely laid out. Like if you didn't know any better, you would think he was dead laying there. There's a very low, soft breathing going on, but there's little to no activity aside from the odd little jitter or judder, like a clenching of a fist, the leg kicking out just slightly. Not enough to knock anything over, but there's very little signs of life.
With that, Desmond, is no more. Garrett, you step into the room, seeing the body on your workbench, occasionally convulsing ever so slightly, but again, for all intents and purposes, he is just a corpse, a piece of meat on the morgue table, with Reza sat 10 feet away, cradling a ceramic jar.
How is he?
Well, not dead. But you might find this interesting. And she kind of gets up, holding the jar carefully, and moves over to the form of Dorian and points towards the room on the back.
What's that?
Well, it's... in this context, I think it would mean spark in Abyssal. Feel like it's a good sign? Also, the nurse was going to try and leave with this, and she points to the jar. But I got her somehow to leave it with me? I think she might have been trying to pull one over.
I don't know the ins and outs of what deal he made with her, but we'll check when he is up to speak.
Yeah, she did say he would know what to do with it if he needed it. So... there's that. And it's not dead. So...
Another one to look after.
that's exactly what I was thinking.
And I look over at the little cot on the other side of the room that's now empty.
Empty chairs and empty tables.
Oh.
And I take it the wound on his back's cauterized, so it's...
Yeah.
No, I don't have-
This,
nothing.
yeah, completely. And it looks more like a ruined scar than, an open wound now. Both of you roll me an Arcana check very quickly. Where's that 19? That makes perfect sense, Garrett. You know, it's Reza, one thing I would say is that with you being in this room for a while, there is certainly something at play. And whilst you're able to read Abyssal, this is not like Cypher's magic at all. This is something completely different, something that you have not felt before, but a magic that, whilst not strong, you would very occasionally feel pulsing from the body of Charlton Dorian. And it would feel... I'm not going to say that. That'd give too much away. But this is a force that you are not familiar with at all and have no experience with. Whatever deal's been made with the nurse and Desmond, It's not good. That's all I give you with a 19.
All right, so as they're kind of standing there looking at it, her gaze will like flinch as one of these pulses comes out, and she says, you know, that there is something happening. Something I've never... A magic I've never felt the like of before, but... It's very different. Not sure I like it.
We can only hope that it's the intended effect.
I hope so. And what now?
Now we wait for both of them.
Right. Well, this I should probably, Elias should probably look after this, I would think. She's just patting the ceramic jar gently. I wouldn't want him to accidentally kick it off the table with one of his little spasms he has.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, a single root would start to descend from the ceiling and carefully begin to coil around the ceramic jar as it lifts it from your hand. As it makes its way back up to the ceiling, a multitude of other vines and roots would begin to, almost like a conveyor belt, pass this jar along the roof before eventually reaching the central part, the large stem, the core of Elias, as it is brought into the most secure part of its being.
Thank you, Elias. Yes, someone had better go check on Vern and give him that tip I promised him. And probably give him back half the silver I won from him. That sounds fair, right?
What do you think of the gnome?
The fact he spent this much time with this, seen as much as he has, and he's not gone off running, speaks well of him, I think.
Garn's taken with him.
He does speak Draconic, which could be handy.
Does know his way around fighting pits.
That he does. I agree with your train of thought.
Just whether we can trust the man or not. I think I can tip the scales in our favour. And I just pull a gold coin out of my pocket and flick it up in the air like you do a heads or tails.
Reza tries to grab it.
Oh, let's go. Sleight of hand off. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, not a chance. Oh, no, it's still not a chance.
Even with all those dice.
It's close, but at the last minute, Garrett just snatches the coin by millimeters.
Can't blame the girl for trying.
Didn't I give you 8 gold the other day?
You did. And I gave you back 6 of it? I've no need for gold.
And that's why I gave you.
Right. No offense, Garrett, but your office area is feeling a bit empty, and I think I'm going to leave. She kind of glances at the empty bed in the corner, and it's like, I think I'm going to go upstairs and. We should probably try and figure out what's happened to Francis. I've never seen him run off like that before.
He did seem angry. I'm sure he'll be back. At least I hope he will, because finding a new chef would be such a chore. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, don't we have a meeting with Silent Road?
We do. Also, I think tomorrow morning I'm expecting a visitor for that business enterprise I'm working on.
Marvelous. Well, I will sit with the boys tonight, and you have your meeting in the morning, and then tomorrow afternoon we'll deal with the road.
All right. Reza will give Garrett a nod and head upstairs to check on the kitchen and be the management presence in the tavern for as long. I think we're pretty much close to closing time.
At this point, I would say it's if it's not closing time, it would very much be close to, yes. It's late. It's been a long day. Cypher missing. Vanya drunk from the night out at Asmund's. I would probably say in regards to Vanya, you get the impression that there's a chance Asmund may have gave her some of the slightly stronger stuff due to her antics. So Vanya is either asleep or downstairs in the lower chambers doing, well, whatever it is Vanya does.
Throwing up in a wash basin.
All right.
Throwing up in her cauldron.
Throwing up in her cauldron. I like it. But yeah, with that though, I don't think any of you need it, but if you need a short rest, you're welcome to. And whilst you're doing that, shall we call a refill?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Boom. Done. Yeti, welcome in. Welcome in. You, yes, Desmond, as we know him, is no more. He was carried off. His lifeless, limp body carried off by the nurse. Cypher still missing. Francis, AWOL, Vanya throwing up in a cauldron potentially, or doing what she does. It's yeah.
I just got visions of falling asleep in the cauldron, just covered in sick, in the fetal position.
Alright, I'm going to take this moment to refill my water. I will be right back. Water turned into a bottle of Corona. Fuck it.
What are you, Jesus?
Might as well go for it. Full send.
Though I have run out of lemon, which I'm upset about. So I can't be posh anymore. Alright. So, with us back in the room, Reza, are you good?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Oh, 5 minutes and then adverts. Oh well. Damn it, Twitch. Had one job. Don't show adverts. I'm not interested in ad revenue.
Yes, but Twitch is.
I know. I don't do this for money, Twitch. I don't want adverts. But you do, you greedy bastards. Welcome back. Yeah. So, welcome back. Reza, Garrett, Vern. A new day dawns. You spend the evening tending to whatever miscellaneous tasks are at your disposal. Garrett, I would imagine it's tending to the last few bits and pieces in the Thorn Room. Reza, you're managing the bar, overseeing operations there. Vern, running around like a blue-arsed fly. How did the old food go down, Vern?
Well, it went great, but nobody came back, so Vern just sat there sadly on a bench, eating rat and cheese toasties, and he was like, "Oh, nobody's coming back." Sat there with his feet dangling. Any minute now.
Yeah.
Any minute now, and nobody did.
Reza came back upstairs eventually.
Yeah, but Reza doesn't eat. So they've been like, "I made you a toasty. You hungry?"
Oh, I'm on a diet.
Yeah, no, yeah. That's fine.
I'm
that's
sure
cool.
it's delicious.
Yeah, they were great like 20 minutes ago when they were still warm.
I'm sorry for that.
That's okay.
Well, here, something. That tip I promised you, and she kind of dips her hand into a pouch, and it's probably like 23 silver, and she hands it over to him.
Jesus Christ, he's going to be rich.
Fucker's gonna have more money than me for it.
Vern's like, fucking love this place. His demeanor changes instantly now that he's got cash. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go. And he goes into the bar, uses mage hand to get a bottle off the top shelf, and uses some of the coins that he's been paid, puts them in the till. He's like, see, I paid for that.
He
Wow, okay.
knows if you've been bad or good.
Fucking Julian.
The sound of a bottle being moved and sound of a coin clinking into the drawer. Julian doesn't exactly know what happened, but he's not going to question it.
All right, celebrating. Where's Skarn? The fuck? How do you misplace a fucking Dragonborn? Okay, never mind. I'm gonna get drunk and go to sleep.
I mean, at this point, where would Scar? He's back. He's out and about.
Or is he back?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. I would say he's, probably read through all the books at this point and is sat. It's quite a comical view, seeing this 8 foot tall absolute unit of a dragonborn sat on a small wooden stool trying to arm wrestle. Well, I'm not sure trying to. Absolutely destroying about 5 or 6 thuggish looking individuals at arm wrestling on one of the back tables.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! The bet's being made here?
No bets.
In fact, he's going to do this speaking Draconic to you.
No bets. No. They challenged me to a test of strength, and therefore I have beaten them all. Verily, at that.
Yeah, I can see that, because his elbow shouldn't be fucking pointing in that direction, should it?
You've got this one guy who's cradling his arm. He's drunk. He's like, oh, hey, baby, arm should be there. That really hurts. Oh. He goes from laughing to crying to laughing because he's just that out of it.
One of those, actions meets consequences.
Yeah, he was reaching high up on that fuck around and find out scaler.
Yes.
Want a drink?
Yes.
Scarn's eyes narrow for a moment as he thinks.
Yes. 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 Surely it is ticking out time soon for all of these drunken miscreants, so...
Yeah, kick him out. We'll have a good drink and we'll fucking trade some war stories and shit.
Closing now. Very well.
Yeah, fuck it. Fuck them all. It's closing time. Everybody out.
With that, Scarn will stand up, look around the tavern.
All you out. Now, closing we are.
And as he snarls, a bit of smoke puffs from his nostrils, and the bar sobers up pretty quickly. There's a few copper coins and the odd silver thrown over the bar towards Julian and Lyella for their services. All of the tables quickly down their drinks, whatever wine or ale is in their cups goes down instantly, and within less than a minute, everyone's starting to filter out of the folly. No questions asked.
Reza will go to the door and peek out and see who's on duty.
Today will be George. He's been
Perfect.
sat on the stool outside, close by to the dregs vending stall. Bored look on his face as he just watches all of the people file out of the tavern.
After the last one's tucked out, Reza will just be like, George,
Yeah?
did you come in and hold Vanya? Wait, was Vanya still in the bar or is she downstairs?
No, she's downstairs. Yeah, she went
Okay.
downstairs.
Yeah, we're closing a bit early, so yeah, we're just gonna shut the door now. So yeah.
Oh, if we're closing early, is that? Is any chance is Falco about to get my pay a bit soon? I might, an emotions ahead, giving the impression that he's probably going to go on a late night bender to some of the really nasty, dank back alley brewers.
Rosa just sighs and gives them a look.
Don't worry, there'll not be any fighting. I'll not bring anyone back. I'll not cause any problem. It's just, if we're closing early.
Don't catch anything either. Falco! She looks over her shoulder and shouts for Falco.
Yeah, why not? Let's say it takes a few moments and you begin to hear the sound of footsteps on the stairs as Falco trudges from upstairs, pokes his head out of the door to look into the tavern. You need me for something? No?
Oh,
Nothing.
it'd help if I opened my mic. Go on, George. You're the one who wants to talk to him, Reza says as she locks the door.
Yeah, boss, if you don't mind, can I get a bit of coin? If you know, we're closing early tonight, so give me a bit of silver. I can go and entertain myself. Bit of a night off, you know. I've been working pretty damn hard, and well, and George will thumb towards Scarn. I think Bedrad's got this all locked down for the night, so I'm gonna, you know, and Falco will just arch a brow, sigh, dig into his pouch, take a few silvers, and just individually begin to launch them at George.
Just pelting him with coins.
Yeah, just pelting him with coins. Oh, he's not very good at sleight of hand. No, he's not. He catches like the first coin, maybe the second, but Falco's just throwing these coins a little too quickly at him, and eventually the coins start hitting. All right, but fucking hell, boss! Whoa. Sound of silver clattering against cobble as he begins to scramble around, pick him up. God, you're such a grumpy bastard this late at night. Fuck's sake. Hey, well, in that case, just for the he'll look towards Reza, and then Falco and Reza just, hey, you know, cheer him up. Cheerio! With that, he slams the door behind him, out into the courtyard, and he's gone.
Reza looks around and says, all right, good night, everybody, and heads up to her room.
Okay. Falco was, you know, again disturbed, so he too will head upstairs, leaving Vern and Scar.
Scarn. Yeah, we'll just get wanking, fucking trading war stories and shit.
Roll
Meat and
me
cold rat toasties.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cold rat toast. Roll me a D10. Please, Vern. Come on, big numbers, you bastard. It only costs us about a silver to you. Scarn doesn't go all out in drinking. He seems pretty reserved, to the point where he glances over a few of the empty tank, or not so much empty, but you know, the half-drank tankards, and just pours them into a big pitcher. Look towards you.
Save your coin. I will. Well, some of these were poured only recently. Would be a shame to waste them.
So yeah, he'll drink.
Okay. Vin's drinking top shelf and he's just like, eh.
How are you finding things here?
It's a bit weird. In a nice way, though. Like, everybody else in the city is so fucking afraid of their own shadows, and these guys are different, and they make a fucking bank. And he fucking tosses up his coin pouch. He's like, I've only been here like 2 days. It's crazy.
Scarn will lean in towards you, Vern, and the intense expression on his face is similar to that when you first encountered him in the tavern in the Polar District.
Remember, though, the coin is good for a reason.
And he'll point a large clawed finger onto your lip, Vern.
That remains shut. Remember words I said to you before, that there are fates far worse than death.
This is all in Draconic, so no one, you know, if anyone was in the tavern, they wouldn't be able to understand the word.
Ben goes, you know, I genuinely believe that being here, but I think I can make myself at home, huh? I've got skills.
It doesn't take a genius to understand that, well, for some of the foes this place have put into the ground, there is a obvious hidden power backing this place. Prove yourself useful and, I am sure, coin will flow, if that is what you so desire. Well, the writing was on the wall. Hence,
Yeah, even you a little bit scared of these folks? The mighty Scarn?
Individually. I would take them all on their own. Yes, I would best them. No problems. But there's something different, peculiar. Going against all of them as management, as what I have done with gangs in the past? No. That would be suicide.
Vern just whistles. He's like, okay. All right, no. If Scarn says so, then it's fucking... It's a fact.
Keep doing what you are doing, and I am sure that you will find your place here as I have mine. Granted.
And Skarn will roll his shoulder, lean back against the wall. Because I would imagine at this point you're probably in one of the side booths where he's got a bit more space to stretch out.
Yeah. Move a table over or something, just...
Yeah.
I am an enforcer, a dog on a leash. But no longer need to think, to plan, to worry about knives in the back. No. Now I can whittle away my time reading, researching, drinking, and fighting. It is a good life. A better life than could have been asked before.
Yeah, that's true. You get snagged up and put in one of the fighting pits and have a short existence.
Yes, it's one thing I did try and avoid was the odd slaver groups that made their way through the districts, snatching individuals for the grand fights in Lantern. Granted, I've only heard of the battles there, but inner city is not a place for me.
No. I feel more at home with my own kind of scumbags, you know what I mean?
Dirt beneath your fingernails, rats in your mouth. Suits you just fine.
So, with that, if there is no interruptions, Vern and Skarn will no doubt drink their way into the night, with Lyella, Julian cleaning the last of the tankards up before retiring to their room in the Folly. And at that point then, we will kick in the short rest for everyone. Chaos with the Honey Badger! Greetings! Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. And I sort of appreciate the follow from 2 days ago. And also, I've just noticed Duncan Stamp 20, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that. Excellent. So, with that done, you all retire for the evening. I'm not going to go into too much detail or ask what you all did. I think we've kind of got a pretty good, solid idea at this point. So, 8 hours pass, and a new day in Novostoya dawns. It's here. Garrett, Reza, you two have things you wish to do, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who's doing what? Who wants to go first, and where are we going?
I can go first since it's technically a morning appointment.
All right.
So, at the appointed, maybe like 10 minutes before the appointed time, Reza will be waiting outside in the courtyard very casually, waiting for Arabetha to arrive.
Whoops, Salim's not there. Go away, Salim. Alright, so as you awaken, step outside into the courtyard and begin to wait for Arabetha to arrive. It doesn't take too long before you begin to hear a small hand cart being pushed into the Folly's courtyard. A woman in a dark grey, blackish robe offers you a brief smile and a nod, Reza, as she begins to just glance around the courtyard. Well, this is quite the establishment.
Reza kind of stands up and looks around and says, we've put a lot of work into it, so thank you.
Passed it many times on my way to sell things in the row, but never had chance to really stop in. But it is good to see you, Teresa.
And you, Rebecca. Would you like to store your cart in our little warehouse and go in and have some breakfast?
She'll glance down at the cart and then, look over towards the warehouse, see the double doors that lead in. Again, surprise across her face that, not only do you have the tavern, it seems you've got your own storehouse as well. This is becoming a bit of a bigger deal than she was aware that the Folly were the protectors, the gang that ran this area, but she's now starting to learn it's a little bit of a bigger deal than she first thought. So, with the wagon in hand, she looks at, yes, that would be, granted, I don't really think much would be stolen here, but better safe than sorry. I've got a few items for the day and whatnot, but sure.
Right. So Reza helps her secure the cart in the warehouse, and Reza will shut the door and lock it again, and lead her into the still closed Folly and say, have yourself a spot at the bar. I'm going to go see if anybody else is awake yet. And she's specifically looking to see if Vern is awake.
All right.
Yes, because nobody else is. He got up to get a snack and realized Francis is still gone. So he's like, fuck. So he's hung over to fuck, cooking in the kitchen.
As Reza, you and Arabetha step into the Folly, Arabetha for a brief moment would kind of recoil, seeing this incredibly large dragonborn curled like a lizard around the fire.
Oh, that is, that's Skarn. He has one of our close friends. He often sleeps in front of the fire.
Right, what, Skarn as in Skarn the Ravager from Polter District?
Yes, that's the one.
The Butcher of Maiden's Head.
And I'm not sure if he's really throwing that one around these days.
Yeah,
We can ask him when he wakes up.
Yeah, the slaughterer of. You see Arabetha just exhale deeply as she just nods. At this point, Fuck it. What more can happen?
I was going to offer you a spot at the bar, but maybe you'd be more comfortable sticking by my side and we can head into the kitchen and get some grub.
She motions towards the kitchen for you to lead on, and it's here as you begin to make your way into the kitchen. Vern, what is happening in there?
Vern's making pies. Because they're kind of out of a lot of shit, but they've got a lot of meat, so he's minced up a boat. So he's minced up shit, and he's like, oh, I'm making fucking pies today. So he's making minced pies with, he's filling them out with root veg and that.
Yeah,
so
it seems almost like almost every day, one of the vendors from the butcher's market turns up with enough meat to...
That's probably what woke Vern up to start with, and he's like, why?
You've got everything from a few rats. There'd be a few cuts of something slightly better, maybe wolf or another forest creature, perhaps a slice of deer. But the vast majority of it would be minced rat meat. So yeah, with pies, it's an interesting breakfast. But
Reza will walk in with Arabetha behind her and all chipper say, "Good morning, Vern."
Oh, why are you shouting? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Feeling a little delicate this morning, are we?
Oh, don't drink a scone. Oh.
Oh, there is a bit of a size difference there.
Yeah.
Right, well, I've got a present for you. Someone to try your delicious food. This is Arabetha. Arabetha, this is Van, our intern cook. Arabetha is not on a diet, as far as I know. So, yes.
No. I will happily take... and she begins to look over the meats and bits and pieces on display to the point where I would probably guess you'd see a slight slither of drool just start to drop from a corner of her lip. Anything that is... sure, yes, please.
All right. I've made some individual ones for myself. They're over on the cool rack. Just grab one of them to help fill your boots. Don't actually fucking fill your boots with pie.
God damn it. you just see Arabetha just reaching into her robe and takes out two shoes, like a spare pair, and she's got a single pie. Okay.
Just take two and enjoy. Tell me what they're like.
Roll me a survival check, please. Vern.
Survival. 7.
Edible. Definitely edible. Better than most bits and pieces on Market Row and lower streets, but that's mainly down to the fact that you're getting decent ingredients. You used all the herbs.
Yeah, it could use some season, and it's roughly chopped because Vern is very hungover.
Yeah. So it's more than edible. It's pleasant, but it's not Francis's cooking. But yeah, so sorry, really?
It's no Greg's pie.
It's no Greg's. No. Arabetha
Also, some fucker took the crucible, so I couldn't just stick everything in a fucking pot and call it a good day.
She'll take 2 of the pies and a few other root vegetables that are scattered around they're there. You said fill her boots, so she is absolutely taking the opportunity to basically overeat.
Well, we do have a bit of a walk, so don't get yourself into a little food coma there.
No,
But
no.
no, come on out and let's sit down and tell me a little bit about yourself, your family business, and
You fucker.
I told you. I asked you.
I know you did. I'm giving you shit because I can. So, as you make your way, sit down at one of the tables. What I'm going to say, though, before this happens, as Arabetha and Teresa depart the kitchen, there is a loud knock on the kitchen door. Vern, you will be met with a 7-foot-tall man covered in rags who just seems to thrust a sealed barrel of meat towards you.
What the fuck are you supposed to be?
I would imagine he would sort of tilt his head, look at you, and just shrug his shoulders. Mention something about a water leaper meat for the folly Falco pay. And then he'll grab his barrow and begin to just make his way back down the alley.
Oh, I fucking use this. Right.
Meanwhile, in the tavern, Arabetha, with a wooden spoon in hand, will just begin to dig into the pie. So, what do you wish to know?
Well, I remember when we spoke, you mentioned that it was a family business, and then your husband passed away, and there were some difficulties. Well, I grew up in a family-run business as well, so I know a little bit of something about that, but I was wondering if you'd be interested in re-establishing that family business and more.
She casts a bit of a downward glance before pausing with her meal. Whilst I would like to carry on the work, re-establishing the business would be a tad problematic. I am not originally from this, from across the river from Ashen Hill, closest to the forges, and when I say that it was a family-run business, it was, my husband was one of the miners. We did this really as a hobby, and again, for a family-run business, yes, we've always been miners, extracting ore from, well, not just ore, but various... there's a section just slightly north of Ashen Hill that's quarantined off, and from there family was sent in. We'd mine a few bits and pieces, rocks and stones and other items, and bring them back for use in, the blood works and so on and so forth. But I didn't work in the mines. I learnt the trade from my husband. He would make these little statuettes as gifts, and we'd sell them to a few locals. And well, when I had to get out of there, I had to leave Ashen Hill.
You had to get out of there, I have spent a little bit of time in Ashen Hill myself, so I understand that. So are you the one who is doing the carving exclusively?
She nods.
Do you work only with stone, or would you potentially work with precious gems as well?
I mean, I've done the odd piece, the odd work with gemstones and various other bits, but and she'll point the wooden spoon in your direction as she's talking. Her face seems to take on a slight hint of reverie. I actually managed once to. My husband brought back with this small blue glowing gem from one of the excursions in the mines. I don't have it anymore because, well, you say how I got over here? That was my payment, along with everything else I owned. I paid I managed to find someone that would bring me across the canal, but it cost me everything. And but anyway, yeah, this I made a small amulet with this small blue glowing stone, which pretty much secured my passage over the canal and kept me safe and sound. They even gave me a few guards for a while whilst I got on my feet.
So, just to confirm, so what she's talking about is mining under the quarantine district?
Yes.
And that glowing stone was one of the stones that lights the city below.
Yep.
Okay, just making sure I was picking up what you were putting down. Okay. Well, Rebecca, I think having a craftsperson of your experience can really be nothing but a good thing for us. We're interested really in producing like small household goods items, things like that. And Rez is gonna pull out the small bag of gemstones she got off of her meal the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of like pour them out on the table and say, something small that we could use, things like this to embellish, make them a little bit more attractive to people, and let's say coin flow.
Her eyes go wide at the mention of the coin flow, coupled with the fact that you've just poured like 50 silvers worth of gemstones on the table. Yeah, I mean, I not had chance to craft any jewelry in several years. But if we're wanting, to embellish these in little like statuettes or other things, then absolutely. Or again, if there's a forge or something I could use to, again, gold's a little difficult. I wouldn't be asking for gold, but maybe silver. I could perhaps see about making a few brooches or rings.
Reza just smiles at her beatifically. Which is exactly what I wanted to hear. Because you see, Arabetha, in an enterprise like ours, occasionally you run across things like this, which none of us really have the skill to do something with on a regular basis, So, we would like to be able to turn them into additional profit. So if that's something you're able to assist us with, well, that is very exciting indeed.
Her attention's still focused on the numerous small stones that have been scattered on the table. And eventually, after a few moments, she pries her eyes away from them towards you, Reza. If you wish to, she looks back to the gemstones, purchase my services, I'm sure a silver, two silver a day, and I will exclusively work on whatever it is you need.
2 silver a day. That's very reasonable. How about go ahead and finish eating your fill, and then I will we'll walk down to the The warehouse that I've secured for you on the canals.
Secured for me?
Oh, yes. We don't do anything by halves here.
It would appear that I have, and she looks down at the meal, lost my appetite. She looks back to the pile of gemstones.
Reza is like in the process of scooping them back into the little baggie and tucking it away.
Maybe a few more bites wouldn't hurt. And with that, she'll begin to scoop the rest of the pie into her mouth, finishing her meal.
So, just real quick, I would like to retcon that Reza had asked Garrett to make a copy of the key to the warehouse.
Okay. If Garrett's alright
If
with
that's
that.
alright with Garrett.
Yeah, no worries.
Perfect. Okay. So after she's done eating, Reza will lead her through north from the folly.
Yep.
Towards the new warehouse she had purchased from Wurzel.
Excellent.
Wurzel.
Don't. I was put on the spot.
Remind me to check and see if he's still alive at some point.
Alright. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. It'll do. The question I do have, though. Did you clear the warehouse out?
Fuck no.
Perfect.
That's what you're being here for.
Yep. You make your way after Arabetha's finished her meal. Had a in fact, what drink is available that's non-alcoholic at the Folly for breakfast? Vern.
Yeah, Vern.
Fuck.
Yes, get put on the
Maybe-
spot over something inconsequential.
Nettle tea.
Ooh, nettle tea. That
No,
sounds
all the milk in this place has got lumps in it. He's like,
good. Oh, no.
no. It's more yogurt than fucking milk. So yeah, a nettle tea.
All right. So, after finishing her rat mince pie and nettle tea, Arabetha, Teresa, you begin to make your way through lower streets and eventually reach the warehouse district. Well, not so much the streets, the warehouse is in lower streets. Here, as you approach the newly acquired warehouse close by, in fact next door to the leatherworking workshop of Garnek, Rags and Shacks, what do you do?
Reza is just beaming. She is so proud of herself for putting all this whole deal together. So she takes out the copy of the key and uses it to unlock the door to make sure that it works.
It's stiff. It's an old lock, but it's more than functional. It does indeed unlock and let you in.
Unlocks it and then throws open the doors to display the massive piles of trash.
Yeah, as you say, throw open the doors aren't exactly thrown open. They probably are thrown open by about 3/4 of the way before bumping into the horrendous pile of shit that's been acquired and piled behind the doors. Arabetha goes from beaming or smiles, and as her eyes adjust to the darkness, seeing this huge mound of crap.
No.
Oh.
No. You will have to use your imagination. There will be a crew here in another day or so to clean it out and repair it to your specifications. Alright?
But wait, my specific... You mean this is... I get free reign
This
of...
will be your workspace. I expect you to have it tailored to your needs. Also, if there's a list of machinery you need, such as a forge or specific work like masonry work, just come on by the folly and speak with me or a gentleman named Falco and let us know what you need, and we shall make sure you have it.
Alright, this is starting to sound way too good to be true. Roll me a persuasion check.
Reza really, really, really wants to learn how to carve a coffin. And remember, a key part of this deal is that I will be your star pupil.
17 solid. She slowly begins to nod, almost disbelief across her face, just, with how good of a deal that's been given to her on a silver platter, sprinkled with salt and pepper, every single seasoning. This is a gourmet dish for someone who has never experienced it. And with a wide-eyed, slack-jawed look towards you, Reza, she just begins to nod furiously.
Now, Arabetha, I need you to listen to me very carefully. This is the important part. No one is to know that you work for me and the Folly. You simply fell into a string of luck and inherited a little bit of money from your great Aunt Maria in Malmestown when she was accidentally killed in the horrific accidents down there.
Unquestioningly, she nods, completely in understanding of what's been asked of her. I absolutely. May great Aunt Maria rest in peace, bless her soul.
Indeed. Now, one of the things we value most is discretion. And I have put my trust in you, and will continue to do so, unless you give us a reason to do otherwise, which I don't think you will. But I just want to make sure that before you accept this, you are fully aware of what it means.
She'll extend a hand towards you, Reza, a somewhat playful smirk on the corners of her lips. Well, let's just hope my star pupil doesn't disappoint me, eh?
Reza will grin and take her hand.
She shakes it, nods. Consider it done.
Very well. Now I shall give you this, and she hands her the key.
She takes it happily.
And leave you to figure out how you want the space to be organized. Like I said, there'll be a crew coming in a couple of days' time to help clean it out and do anything you need. They're a bit odd looking, but we have found them to be relatively reliable. Two of them work next door. But yes, you can rely upon them.
Oh, thank you. Don't envy them. This place smells like a fucking latrine. And with that, she'll just take a big inhale and equates the smell to what's inside the warehouse at the moment, rather than it being the tannery next door.
Right. Well, this is why I wanted you to eat before we came here. Well,
go on.
Hmm?
No, go on.
If you don't have any questions for today, I will leave you to planning and organizing. Your cart will remain safe at the Folly until you require it. And if there's anything else you need, like I said, you can speak to myself or Falco.
All right, I'll, well, once, am I all right to, sleep, here now? I guess that's all right, yes?
Of course, if you can sleep in this place.
I'll make some space and make a start on it, but yeah, once everything's cleared out, then I'll get a list to you on what I think we need, pricing, so on and so forth, and we can certainly go from there.
Exactly, and also, off the top of your head, right now, are there any raw materials that I should supply for you?
I mean, I wouldn't mind just some. I mean, at this moment, no, not immediately. Again, things like stone and so on and so forth I can get. The whole jewelry thing, again, once we've got a small forge set up, but again, we need the space, so I should just need to rattle off a few things.
She's kind of getting lost in the business planning.
Yeah, absolutely. She's already in the process of sizing up the warehouse, seeing where things would be, where things would be stored, where the forge would go for best access. No, at the moment, no. I think I'm good. Just I should just motion to the piles of trash built up in the warehouse. I'll let you know when that's no longer a thing.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to our fine decorative arts business.
I look forward to having a student to teach. I've got high expectations, and I've been told I can be quite the cruel mistress at times for those who don't meet my standards. She just smiles at you as she's saying this, Reza.
Reza's gonna kind of look her up or down, kind of like reevaluating her. It's like, is this like her old demeanor coming back that had been kind of like suppressed by poverty and things like that, or?
Roll me an insight check.
All right. Hopefully I didn't accidentally hire a hag.
13. This is more a case of someone who has been given the opportunity of a lifetime, and whilst there is indeed, a certain sense of gratefulness behind her words, she seems that it's the more playful manner that she has had to suppress due to poverty is that any worries she had have just been cast aside.
Got it. Okay. She's won the lottery.
She's won the lottery, and she knows she's won the lottery. But she definitely intends. She can't really playfully poke you in any other ways apart from the whole student thing. You get the impression that her husband was probably very much under the thumb by her as well. She is a very very strong-willed individual. Once a goal is in her mind, she will stop at nothing to make sure it is seen through.
Excellent. I will leave you to it, and I look forward to hearing and getting your lists of things that you need.
She'll offer a respectful bow. Not a full, sort of 90-degree bow, but definitely one that would signify that she is very grateful for this, and I look forward to speaking with you in a few days. There's so much to be done. So much to be done.
Yes. Yeah, speaking of that, we'll plan to start lessons in 2 weeks' time. I want to give you plenty of time to get up and running.
Consider it done. I look forward to teaching you the arts when we've got somewhere a little more pleasant to do so in. Now, I don't mean to be rude, but if you'd excuse me. And she'll just look at this pile of trash, crack her knuckles, roll her shoulder, and stride towards it. Like a warrior of old facing down a dragon, fearlessly, with
Reza
purpose.
chuckles to herself, very happy with her choice, and strolls home, almost strutting occasionally, back to the folly.
Excellent. All right. So, you make your way back to the folly. Anything in particular you wish to do here, or is it just going to be a case of milling around until meeting with the road?
I don't have anything else, so if anybody else has something.
Garrett,
Yeah, awesome.
what's the plan, good sir?
Well, Rez has been out. I've checked on Desmond, make sure he's still breathing.
Roll me a medicine check.
Gotcha.
Desmond, what's the body like?
The body is, in fact, breathing still very shallowly, and it has stopped convulsing at this point because the day has gone on, but still just no signs of anything other than minimal signs of life.
So,
Although, you notice when you're inspecting, he's hot to the touch.
mm-hmm.
Like, just unnaturally so.
Right. But I can see there's been an improvement from last night.
Correct, yes.
Marvelous. And once I've checked Desmond, I go and check the empty cot to see if there's anything on the empty cot.
Nope. It is empty.
Just mutter to myself, still waiting. So I sit now and I've got the meeting with the road coming up. So I get out my good clothes, brush my hair, tie it back for once so my elvish
shit.
ears are actually poking out. Put on my signet ring. Tidy myself out because I want to look the part of a businessman now.
Mm.
And go up into the folly proper.
All right. Here, it's. I would imagine by the time you're wanting to get this going, let's say it's about midday. Folly's open. There's a few people starting to take up some of the spaces. Reza, are you sat at the bar or in the corner?
Reza is kind of leaning against the bar. She's tidied herself up as well. She's wearing all her new kit, and yeah.
Excellent. So Garrett, you step into the now somewhat busy folly. Vern, what are you up to? As Garrett strides through the kitchen.
He's got his head out the door and he's shouting at a punter. And like, yeah, if that's how you fucking feel, maybe you'll fit in the pie next year. Fucking gobshite.
Oh, the food in this place has gone downhill in the last few days. Where's the old boatman?
What?
Yeah, where's the old boatman? Where's Francis? You're
Fucking
shit.
your mother. What?
What? You what, mate? You what? You starting? This,
Then just looks over to Scott. He's like, Scott!
you just see Scarn look up from a book by the fire, look at the man, grunt loudly. Yeah, all right. It's lovely. I'll have another pie, please. It's.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Extortion. Garrett, back to... So go on, Ben.
Just fuck them. Bunch of necky bastards.
Alright, Garrett, over to you.
Morning, Vern.
What, boss? Oh, fucking hell. Where are you going? The court itself?
No, I have a small meeting this morning, and then...
A small
Once
meeting
we've-
dressed like that? Fuck me.
Just tidied myself up, you know.
Well, if I was that way inclined, I'd fucking smash it.
Ma. When I get back, maybe we'll have a little talk about your future here.
All right. Francis is coming back, right? I mean, I don't mind working in the kitchen. I'm doing good work here, but it's not what I'm good at.
I think I've got something that'll be more to your liking.
All right. I like the sounds of that.
Till later then.
Ta-ta for now, as they say.
Mm-hmm. And I nod at Reza and we start off to the meeting.
Reza like double takes. Look at you all dolled up.
Not the only one.
Well, your hair's prettier than mine right now. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Shall we?
Why not?
Alright. So, with that said, both of you begin to make your way out of the folly into lower streets in a southerly direction, making your way past a few of the various groups of individuals, the thugs of lower streets, who are at this point under the payroll of the folly. Maybe not directly, but you are well known. The local slum guards would let you pass, and dipping in and out of the streets you would obviously see white and red robed individuals, almost at this point seeming like salespeople trying to peddle some sort of project or missive. Taking very little notice, though, you continue south into the Piker district. Here in Piker, things are looking much better. The previous piles of burning corpses, no longer seen, apart from the last final pyre in the centre of the Piker district. But as you pass through, you would see a multitude of individuals all wearing red armbands around their arm, supervised by others with the ladies in red and white robes, just shoveling the ashes of hundreds of corpses into wheelbarrows, which is then transported to the canal and dumped into the water. Following the canals down, you eventually reach the storehouses where you met with the Silent Road before. And it's here where you would see a familiar face. A gentleman in what appears to be a fine purple suit. A black cloak tossed over one shoulder and several guards just moving some goods from the small cargo barge into the warehouse. The man, Telber, contact of the Silent Road, sees you approach, grins widely, and extends both arms out to the side. Ah, good to see you. It has been a while.
Indeed it has. Good to see you once again.
He'll step up, offering a hand to both you, Garrett, and to Reza.
Take it warmly.
Reza takes the hand, gives it a quick squeeze. But her hands are cold.
Cool. Rather chilly today, but understandable considering the permanent nightfall of this shithole. Now, word reaches me that you have something of offer. If you would be so kind, I'm not one for beating around the bush, and perhaps we should have a little talk inside, huh? And a motion towards the storehouse.
My thoughts exactly.
Oh, well, come. Talk to our heart's desire, and hopefully, well, hearing the rumors that are coming out of this place, I'm sure we'll have some rather interesting topics to talk about. As you step into the storehouse, it's neatly organized. All of the shelves have symmetrical wooden crates. A few of them have got some parchment tabs on the bottom to indicate, as you pass them, it's not so much a location or name, it's just there's numbers. And even then, alongside the numbers, there's some sigils and other sort of runic scripture. Reza, roll me a history check, please. A 6. So, what I would say is, whilst you're not fluent in understanding what's written, this is a very, very familiar looking script to you. This is the Silent Road's own written language that they've concocted, and typically only people in a relatively high rank of the Silent Road can read it.
Gotcha. Reza knows it when she sees it, but she can't read it.
Correct, yes. Yeah, in fact, we'll make it something stupid and just say that amongst the common folk of the road, it's typically just called Rhodesian. That's not its true name. Rhodesian, Rhodalese, Roadlish is some of the sort of slang terms used for describing this, but typically it's the movers and shakers of the road, the dockmasters, the high tradesmen. They're the ones who have been taught this script, and they are the ones who know where goods are to be moved to. It's highly regarded secret, and it's this scripture of theirs that allows them to move goods where they need to be discreetly, because it is such a guarded and hardly understood written language. Anyway, with that said though, moving through the warehouse, you eventually reach a small office just off to the far end, with the wooden door swinging open. Telber welcomes you inside. Here it's a relatively simple, bare affair, a wooden desk with a multitude of chairs scattered around the room, and he motions for you to sit down. Come, let us discuss a few of the things that, well, you're here for. And by all means, I'd like to know how business has been for you. Oh, Lords of the Folly.
Well, business is growing day by day. We have some new things to bring to market. And that's where I'd like you to come in.
Go on.
We have developed a beverage. Not for the poor and the common people, but more for the well-to-do, the gentry, the people that deal in gold rather than copper.
Oh. Intriguing. Now forgive me for being somewhat skeptical, but a product that is worth gold coming out of the slums. He'll lean forward, a sly upturn on his lips as he glances over you, Garrett, and then to Reza. Please, tell me more.
Now, between myself and my business partner, you might have heard of him, Asmund Mason.
Roll me a insight check, quick.
Mm-hmm.
You
Can
would
I
see
roll
him.
one as well?
You certainly can. What you would perceive is him sighing. 10, that's fine. Yep, that's more than enough. The sigh would indicate that whilst Asmund is a valued customer, and yes, he is well known, he is certainly not without headaches.
Oh, yeah.
Because you would see him, Talbot, roll his eyes as well. Ah,
Yeah.
name that I apologise for if you are in bed with that greedy dwarf, but granted, as greedy and as cunning as he is, yes, exactly. Fortune does follow the little bastard.
He
And
could
I was-
fall in shit and come out with a handful of gold coin.
Well, fortunately, he also has the services of a dear sister, so that is going in his favor as well.
I'd heard rumours that the Sisters of Sin were involved, but you can confirm?
Resonance. Consider that my gift to you, Telba.
Gift? Whilst I appreciate the gesture, gifts do not make
She
business.
winks at him.
He knows. He's completely... He knows. Gifts, of course, don't make business, so I will, of course, recompense you for the information. Now, this product of yours, tell me more about it.
It's called Bloodshot. It's a beverage that instills a feeling of euphoria, positivity, if you will, for a short time. And whereas normal drinks would make you intoxicated, this just makes you feel good. And of course, being blood red and with a name like Bloodshot, those that hold the court in high regard will be an added bonus to them.
Intriguing, but there has been many of blood-related products brought to us Do you have a sample or something for me to look at?
I pull out a vial from my jacket and hand it over.
Talbot takes the vial, nods thankfully towards you, swirls it around, holds it up to the lantern, and would immediately see a few golden flecks reflect the light. His attention, curiosity, piqued. Brow arches as he begins to nod, swill it, pops the top from the vial. Is this just a normal vial, or is this something a little bit more?
This is full top tier bloodshot. This is.
So this is in its marketable form, in how you're going to sell it.
This is the marketable form. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not going to over
Yeah.
it.
All right. Could use. Well, let's see first. And with that, he'll take a sniff of the vial, and is pleasantly surprised. You see him sort of pull back for a moment. His eyes widen, as if just the vapors alone are enough for a hint. You then see him reach into his suit, take out a small brooch. On the back of the brooch, you'll see him just crack off like a small glass ampule. He'll look towards you, Reza. Be a dear. If I start foaming at the mouth, just give me that.
All right.
My life is in your hands, and obviously, should this be poisoned, well, there are quite a few guards stationed.
I appreciate your caution.
With that, Talbot will take the vial. He'll not down it. He'll just put it to his tongue, take a sip. You'll see him smack his lips a few times, nod, put the vial down for a moment, and then he'll just sit there with his hands crossed on the table, giving you the impression that he's waiting for any potential effects to kick in. Now, it doesn't take too long. In fact, you know what? Let's go for a Constitution saving throw from Mr. Talbot, shall we? Oof. It kicks in. Kicks in pretty hard. Even with just a quick sip, he's, oh. Well, this is, I'm starting to wonder if you would be so kind as the vial, please. And he'll just quickly shoot a hand towards you, Reza.
She uncorks it and hands it to him.
She just downs it. Oh. He'll recoil. It seems like this sweet taste of bloodshot is immediately replaced by the most vile, bitterest concoction known to man, as he fights to hold back his gag, but eventually, after closing his eyes, breathing deep, a few moments pass. Oh, God, I hate that stuff, but it certainly does the job. All right. I'm on board. Very much on board. This is pretty damn strong. Though, what are you thinking? Let's talk. And with that, he immediately leans forward, business face on. Pricing.
Well, I'm selling it to Asmund.
Bastard's already beat us to the punch, has he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
He's going to distribute it in his area.
I believe that would be the East Commons, Perhaps if it goes well, he may even try. I can hand the commons in totality over to Asmund. That wouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
What is he
Charlie,
paying it for? How
transfer-
much?
He is paying me 50 silver a serving.
Telva's eyes go wide, real wide. Man smelling money.
Mm-hmm.
Asmund Mason, dwarf, scraggly beard, larger than life persona. He is paying 50 silver per bottle.
Per serving. Per glass.
Per glass.
Like I say, for the rich and the rich only. I don't want to stop the working people working, only the idle.
So this is not to reach lower streets. This is the creme de la creme. Something for the aristocracy, the nobility to parade around in their fucking parties, their masquerade balls and...
Correct.
Hmm.
It's quite difficult to make, very labor intense, and the ingredients that go in it are, whilst trade secret, difficult to obtain.
With that said, that is strong. Be honest with me now. Has there been any fatalities?
Not as of yet. Not that I've seen, but one reason I'm testing it with Mr. Mason.
Alright. Alright. In that case, get me a month's worth of sales with Asmund. If there are no corpses, no weird or wonderful complications, I will see to it that this is pushed. Lantern, temple, high seat, magister, you name it, I will make sure this gets wherever it needs to be. I will have the buyers lining up and, well, 50 silver a serving. We will all be eating well.
Fantastic. Now, speaking of eating, and I pull out a big old list, and then a second big list. I have also bought control of a brewery for ales and the drinks that the people of Lower Street can consume. But I require better ingredients, so my ale is the best ale on this side of the river.
Sounds like you're trying to become not only the top dog of running the slums, but also all produce and products in it. Lofty. Ambitious. But, well, I certainly think that you have a more than a good chance of seeing it come to fruition. Alright, in regards to confirming that the sisters are working with Asmund, I will offer you whatever goods you need for the brewery. Now, there are two options. The first, we can offer a 10% discount on the pure ingredients, or alternatively, we look at some form of agreement in regards to overall profits. What would you prefer?
I think we'll start with just the ingredients to start.
You see Talbot just click his fingers in that. Ah, nearly got you. As he grins. All right, understood. Is this the list you... this everything you need?
For the brewery. And this list here is for the bar. Food stuff. Knickknacks, little things to make life that little bit easy. Things you can't pick up over.
Very well. And in that case, I will hereby, and I'll extend a hand towards you, Garrett, as he says this, offer a 20% discount on all of the services regarding the acquisition of the ingredients on and other goods on these two lists. Sound fair?
We have a deal.
Yeah, I will require a little bit of time to hand this missive down a few ranks, have the various associates of mine tally up, find out what's needed, what needs ordering, and it's probably going to take about 2 weeks before I can start getting it to you. I hope that will be sufficient.
No problem whatsoever. You know where we are and how to contact us.
Yes, well, in that case, Garrett, Teresa, I'm very much looking forward to being in your care going forward.
Hope a nice, profitable relationship going forward.
Telba will offer a nod to both of you before exchanging handshakes. Is there anything else, anyone else, either of you wish from the road while you've got one of the road's contacts here?
I'm pretty good, thank you.
Reza will just say, as they're shaking hands, I've got my own little business venture I'm working on that we may be able to talk about in time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, maybe sooner rather than later, that there is one of the guards, last we spoke a few weeks back, recognized you from somewhere. Supposedly you worked the road?
Road adjacent. I believe, I'm not sure if he still goes by the moniker Silk, but that is who I worked for.
Talbot will grin widely. Sorry, it appears, was that a 25% discount on all future purchases? I'm sure that's what I said.
That's what I recall.
Yes. Yes. We do indeed have a few things that we'll discuss. Perhaps it may be beneficial for me to... You know what? Let's make it a date. All three of us. I will come and visit you at your establishment when everything is in order on my end. How does that sound?
Reza glances at Garrett.
You'd be made most welcome.
Consider it done. I expect all the stops to be pulled out. I am quite fussy when it comes to food and drink, especially this side of the canal.
We'll blow your socks off in the best possible way.
Talbot grins, claps his hands together, and with that begins to usher you out of the door. Indeed, I look forward to it. Well, in that case, may your travels ever be safe, coin purse forever heavy, and business thriving.
Same to you.
Good fortune.
To me and to you.
And I'm going to stroll off like the cat that just got the cream.
As soon as she turns away, Rosa just gets like this smuggest look on her face.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that, I think we're pretty golden, folks.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're pretty good with that. Anything further anyone wishes to do?
Just need to have a quick word with Vern.
All right. In that case, then, back to the folly we doth go. You make your way through Piker District into lower streets before arriving back home at the folly. Here, late afternoon, things in full swing. Business is good. There's still the odd complaint that where's the bald man? The food's shit. But it's put down pretty quick by the yelling of a gnome from the back of the room, and Skarn just look. Skarn's not actively trying to be intimidating. It's just whenever Vern calls out his name, Skarn looks up and just exhales deeply because he's been interrupted. And most people just take that as as him being hostile to them. When in fact it's just Skarn's pissed off because he's like, halfway through a paragraph, Vern will call out to him, he's like, oh, for fuck's sake, what? But go on, Garrett, you step back into the folly.
Okay, Vern, are you free? Are you busy?
I mean, now I've got all the pies made for today. As long as these motherfuckers will stop complaining, we'll be good.
I'm sure no one would dare complain.
Right? It's like they don't fucking realize they live in lower streets.
They're lucky they have. Well, anyway, you two go on. I'll keep the rowdies in line up here.
Gone.
Once again from the back of the room, you just hear as Skarn puts his book down, looks up at the tavern to see who's making a commotion this time, blows a few smoke rings out of his nostril, and then notices it's you calling him.
Ah, yes.
Would you care to join us?
Very well. Skarn follow.
Puts his book down, stands up. At this point, everyone breathes a sigh of relief for a moment as Skarn seems to be taken out of the room. It's only then that they see Reza sat at the bar. And the patrons of the folly know that anyone from management, if they can control Skarn, they're probably worse than Skarn. So immediately everyone's head looks at Reza.
She's sharpening a dagger, casually.
They turn their attention back to their tables. Back to their drinks, back to their food, back to their conversations.
So, Julian, how have you been? It's been forever since we chatted. They hear her striking up conversation as they walk downstairs.
Well, we go out through the back door, into the courtyard, over to the storehouse.
Okay.
Now, Garn, you asked where we went underneath. Think it's time for you to find out. And I open the door at the back of the storehouse that leads down to the bar area.
All right. Scarn follows you down as you step.
Come.
Go on.
Come along, Vern. You too.
Yeah, sure. Okay. You're the boss.
So we don't have the bar scene yet, but this is, for all intents
Yeah.
and purposes, still the Undercroft.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that, you make your way down the stairs into a relatively long corridor that leads to another set of stairs that descends even deeper to one of the side doors. You open the door, Garrett, revealing the downstairs bar in all of its new, shiny, fandangled glory. The black wooden bar counter is certainly an eye-catching piece, the center point of the bar almost. The furniture scattered around is also of high quality, and Skarn, whilst he can't whistle, you get the impression that the noise he makes would be him trying to whistle, you know.
Vern will be like, he's impressed.
Someone
I'm
busy has been.
Yes, we've been working very hard. Well, Dwen has been working very hard, I should say.
Orc woman did.
And he'll point around the room.
She did, and very talented she is as well.
Scar would let her use axe anytime. Strong.
Oh man, I wish Russell was there.
Vern's like, yeah, my sentiments exactly. Yeah.
Now, what I envisage for down here is not for the everyday people. This would be more of a select clientele. Invite only, should we say.
Term useful is tough posh. Yes.
Yes. And if we follow on and we go through and we see the remodeled fighting pit.
Oh.
Skarn stood there, bewildered, finger outstretched, pointing at the pit.
Now, a members fighting arena requires a champion.
Scarn be that champion.
I believe Skarn could be that champion. And look, there's a big chair for the champion to sit and watch the fight of the undercard. And then we can find if someone's worthy to face our champion in the ring.
The plan, make money how here? Bet, gamble, yes.
Definitely.
Vern's got gold coins in his eyes. He's like,
And this is where our new friend comes.
yeah, well, I mean, this is a bit loftier than any of the fight pits that I ever helped run. I can't tell it from what it sounds you're wanting is probably a little bit more highbrow than I'm used to, but look at it. It's fucking magnificent.
I see this place as a neutral area where people can come and relax and not worry about a knife in the back and enjoy the services that we provide. and see an amazing.
Scan accept. Scan accept.
I'm very glad you do, my friend.
It's just, at this point, Scarn's like stood up next to you, Garrett. Roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
I'm gonna have a dislocated shoulder, aren't I?
He is, you know, it starts off as like a gentle padding on your shoulder, and it gets harder and harder until he's almost just thumping you on the shoulder. It's not dislocated, but it's fucking painful.
Yes, Scan, yes.
Yeah, Scan accept.
We have a deal.
Fern, tell him I accept all terms.
Yeah,
fight.
He says he accepts all terms.
And
he just wants to fucking fight. Look at him. He's like a 8-foot tall 2-year-old.
mhm. I've seen him fight, and it'll
Yeah,
be
me too.
wonderful.
First hand, I was nearly on the receiving end. I mean, I'm gonna say yeah, but we're gonna talk, how much?
Well, that depends on what role you think you would like.
I mean, how often are you gonna run the fights? Because I can spend the off times running the books and setting up like cards and ratios and all that shit. And then on the night I can, and with a flick of thaumaturgy, he goes, and I can do some announcing. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Red Riot, Skarn. And it echoes around the arena. He's like, that's fucking good.
Master of Ceremonies, I think could be a good title for you.
And what, I get a percentage of the takings?
You'll just see a large clawed finger point in your nose. Vern.
What?
You ask for too much. Say yes. Rewards aplenty will be here. Trust me, I will not lose. Even small percentage will make you, us, this place, a mountain of gold.
And he'll just grin. He's inching closer and closer to your face, Vern, as he's saying this. To you, Garrett, it looks almost like Skarn's taken a really hostile outlook on Vern, and he's just like inching closer to him while just growling at him.
I look at Vern's face and I can see the big smile on his face, so I know he's not upset. It's like, we'll see how it goes. I definitely think a percentage of the book might be in order.
Vin's scratching Skarn on the nose. He's like, all right, yeah, we're good. All right, done deal.
Back.
Get out my fucking face.
But I think smart, Vern, very smart. I want you to dress like the people that we would like in here, and I flick a coin and you see a yellow glint fly through the air and go towards Vern.
Roll me a sleight of hand, Vern. What happens?
24. As soon as it leaves his fucking hand, Vern's like a fucking pouncing cat, and he's all over that fucking gold coin like a tramp on chips, and he's just like, oh. Ooh, fucking gold coin. Scott, you see that bastard? You don't see
He doesn't
any of
realize he
these?
still has thaumaturgy up and it's like
Yeah.
echoing throughout the room.
Gold coin!
Get whatever you need to look the part. I want you to fit in this place.
I mean, I can't get clothes like that in lower streets.
Coin flow? Will you be able to get what you need in coin flow?
Yeah, of course.
And I'll pull a pass out of my pocket. And what's your family name?
Star Chaser. Verd's just like dumbstruck. He's like, you just fucking carrying that around with you, were you? Huh?
Well, I know where the shopping's to be done, and you'd need a pass to get there.
Huh. Okay.
There you go. But you work directly for the management of the Folly now.
You know, kind of like the sound of that. Boss, and he has his hand like in the air. He's like, ugh.
And with that, I believe I can safely say that the fighting pit and the bar and the new various business ventures of the Folly have now been set for the future. It's here now where I'm going to step us back. A few days at that. And yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Why do I have this track? This is just way too aggressive and dark. I want suspense, not horror. Thank you. Two things. One. First, in the fever dreams, the pitch black, the unknown, are two eyes, two red glowing ember-like eyes, and a form would no doubt hear a few sentences spoken. Whether or not they could be remembered is, well, something for future to worry about. But those words...
Well. What have we here? Not a bite to eat for an aeon. And now, a meal so near.
Along with another, a scene of a man at a desk, working. But he turns at the sound of a familiar voice.
Who are you talking to?
And it's there. Where for the moment, dare say we'll end Pariahs Season 1. Anyone wish to say anything?
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye,
Good
chat.
night, chat.
Chat! That was for Jump.
And see you for the next season of Pariahs.
Before we dash, shall I drop one more thing?
Do it.
Do it?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do it. I've got one last thing to show everyone before we depart, and I think I'll probably end on this. But from myself and everyone, I hope you've enjoyed the last 61 episodes of Pariahs. We will be taking a break of maybe about a month. It's not set in stone exactly how long just yet, whilst I pad out the world. We have reached a new arc in the story that I need to expand on, I need to research, so we will be down for a bit. But it's not to say that we won't be doing other things in the downtime. And, well, one of them... one of them's this. Ta-ta for now.